Nau mai, haere mai, and welcome to today's council meeting. I will kick us off with a karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hia ki ana te ata kura, he tio, he huka, he auhu, ti hei mauri ora. I declare the meeting open. Welcome. Please let me or Lease know if you intend on leaving the meeting. Morning tea will be around about 10:30, but obviously with the decisions that we're making today, we may adjourn a few times as well, but not too long, Councillor, don't you worry. I have no apologies. Nope. I also have no announcements. Do we have any conflicts of interest? Great. Confirmation of the minutes. I move the motion that we approve the minutes of Te Kaunihera o Pōneke from the 6th of June. Deputy Mayor, will you second? Let's go to a vote. Councillor Abdurrahman, we're just waiting for your vote.
Yes, for me, please.
Oh, great. Thank you, Councillor. There are no items not on the agenda and there is no public participation. So we move to general business. The report of the Long-Term Plan Finance Performance Committee. Before I move the paper, I invite Karen Young to give the Auditor's opinion on this LTP.
Morning, everyone. I am very pleased to report that we've completed the audit of the Council's long-term plan. I can confirm that we will be issuing a unqualified audit opinion. We found that the long-term plan is fit for purpose and provides a reasonable basis for long-term integrated decision-making and the coordination of the Council's resources to enable that. It also provides accountability to the community and the Council. The information and the assumptions underlying the plan are reasonable and appropriate disclosures have been made. Our opinion includes two emphasis of matters. So emphasis of matter means we draw the reader's attention to some important information provided by the Council in its long-term plan. In particular, the uncertainty and risks over the plan renewals of 3 water assets and the risks associated with the plan to defer renewals of transport and operational assets. I will stop there and invite any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Randall.
I just wanted to note that there were a few amendments recommended by yourself in that. Are they really more for clarification or consistency, or are they materially? Do they materially change the plan?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. They were for consistency and clarity. Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Worship. Thank you.
And are there any questions of the paper on the whole? Just the long-term plan. All right, we will move on.
I move the following motion pro forma. 2.1 in accordance with officers' recommendations with these changes to be specified as I have in my hand. I also have a digital copy which I can distribute.
So
Councillor, sorry, through the chair, can you just repeat what your motion is?
So I move pro forma that motion with these specified changes. I also have a digital copy which I can distribute to members.
I'm afraid we can't edit we can't edit the recommendations from a committee as it comes. If there's an amendment, we can work on an amendment. Is that what you want to do?
It doesn't recommend the recommendation, sorry, it doesn't amend the recommendation of the committee. It merely adds a further clause to that particular motion.
Yeah, that would be an amendment to the current recommendation. So we just need to take an adjournment to have a look at what those changes are, and then we can proceed.
actually going to invite Sean to come and speak to procedural issues before I move the paper.
Cool. Thank you, councillors. So just for clarity about the process from here on out, so standing orders provides that any committee recommendations cannot be moved with alterations other than very minor ones. And so from here, we'll hand over to the Mayor to move the paper, and it will be seconded, and after that, any potential amendments can be considered.
Okay, in that case, I move these recommendations from the Long-Term Plan Finance and Performance Committee meeting yesterday and encourage this council to adopt the long-term plan. The decisions that we made yesterday, while significant, will deliver the investment that our city needs to continue to be a place where people and nature thrive while balancing our economic constraints. I'm proud of this plan, and it's a long-term plan that we know prioritises $1.8 billion of water infrastructure, delivers better transport through cycleways and bus lanes, tackles climate change by delivering and transforming our waste system, as well as decarbonising our swimming pools, putting $500 million into upgrading social housing, extra funding to pay workers living wage, investing in city safety, and transfers our minority holding in the airport shares to create a perpetual investment fund to mitigate our large insurance gap. To call the process around the airport share sale undemocratic is an insult to this institution. And all Wellingtonians who have participated in this long-term plan. This process included a citizens' assembly last year that recommended that Wellington diversify its investments to reduce risk. We voted in November to include the sale in the long-term plan. We voted in March on the wording of the options of the consultation document. We received over 4,000 submissions and surveyed residents on our options. 63% of people who submitted supported a full or partial sale. Only 19% opposed. We voted in May to go ahead with the airport sale and establishing a self-insurance fund. Officers have answered hundreds of questions about the proposal over a dozen different meetings, and it has been externally audited, and now it is up to us to vote again to adopt the whole long-term plan. In December, we will get to vote again on this share sale once we have more information about what it looks like. And you know, I hear things about it being used to pay down debt. That is not the intention of that. You don't have to agree with the policy. That is your democratic right. But I reject any accusation that this has been an unfair and undemocratic process. I thank officers and councillors for participating in a robust process which has had significant engagement from the public, and to thank you for the work. I move to our seconder, Deputy Mayor. Would you like to speak now?
Kia ora, Mayor. I just really can't say much more over what you've just articulated very clearly. But I do want to say it is a privilege to be able to second the city's long-term plan for 2024. And I do want to thank you, Mayor Whānau, and your team for the work that you have done in leading us through this process. I would also like to thank Councillor Matthews and Councillor Apanovich for your leadership through this whole process. I'd also like to thank Ms. Makero and your team for the work that you have put into this long-term plan. I can tell you it has been more extensive and more challenging than I ever imagined. And I think when I opened up a book on leadership this morning, it said, don't sit in the sidelines, get in the ring. And so we have been in the ring of the big kōrero and how we take our city forward. As Mayor Whānau has said, we have made some really big plans and committed a lot of money into our infrastructure. But from a climate lens, I am very proud of the work that we are doing, particularly on regenerating our inner city so that it's a place that people want to live in and want to come to. In waste, it's not sexy, but the work we are doing there to take organics out of the landfill will reduce our emissions by half, which are 8% at the moment. And also to bring that work into a council contract, which means all of those workers will be living wage, is really exciting for the city. And the work on our biodiversity is being celebrated around the world. The investment we are making into Ōtari, the investment we are making to bring Kiwi back into our hills. The globe is watching us right now. And I acknowledge that the challenging decisions we've had to make, particularly around our insurance challenges and how we move forward, but I just want to acknowledge that my vote may have disappointed some of you, and I've articulated that very clearly. But we have another 6 months to keep going on this, and as is my duty, my mind will be open. So right now, I am proud of the work that we have done, and I'm particularly proud of our new city vision, our new vision statement for the city, which is Pōneke, the creative capital where people and nature thrive. And while we might have different ideas on how we do that, I think we can all agree that that's something we want to do. So kia ora.
Yeah.
I missed, but what about the amendments that we passed yesterday at the Long-Term Plan Committee? Because I don't really see them in the recommendations from the committee.
Yeah, so those were the only recommendation up to council were these ones here on the screen. So we're only dealing with these ones.
How do we ensure that those amendments that were passed yesterday are incorporated? Because I don't necessarily understand. Yeah.
Can we have an officer assist with that?
Those are still committee decisions. They've been noted and they'll be actioned.
Okay, so we can reliably assume that those amendments that were passed yesterday will be incorporated.
Yeah.
I've got that on
From
tape.
the action tracking, councillor.
And we've got this on tape. Good, thank you.
Yes, loud and clear. Okay, we're going to just move back into it. So thank you, Deputy Mayor. We now move to debate. This is the part where you can put up your amendments. Who's going first?
So Dem Services have a copy. I think everyone's seen in their email inboxes now the amendment to paper. Could we get it up on the computer?
I'll just let it.
All right, nice and simple. There's debate on whether the airport sale holding all the shares was fully investigated or not. What we ascertained on Friday when we were given access to the legal advice is that the commissioning of that legal advice was because options B or C, a partial sale or no sale, had implications for council, and there were questions around what would be the status of the LTP and consultation. So to say that those options were fully investigated in the consultation is just factually incorrect. If they were fully investigated, we would not need to have had to have commissioned further legal advice later in the process. Similarly, the 450 million cut that we found out about 1 week before we sat around this table to vote. Now, I know in the 30 May committee, the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor both referred to the cost of that cut being around climate action and other initiatives. Now, they may have seen information that I haven't, but I saw that briefing 1 week before that there was a 450 million cut, and then never has anything else come to us or been quantified. So I'll just ask, do you think option C retaining the full ownership of Wellington International Airport was fully explored in the LTP? If you do, you can vote this amendment down. If you don't, and you would like to have the advice of what the full implications are for us to hold our shares so that we know it may be there's some very unpleasant outputs from there, but I want to know, what does that 450 million cut look like if it exists? In what years is it phased through? Is it front-loaded? Is it back-loaded? We don't have that information, so this amendment, whilst technical, is just actually about getting the information we need to make proper governance decisions. So for anyone who stood up and made a commitment to hold their shares within the airport, this should be supported, and if not, Wellingtonians will see through what you're doing. Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. I am going to rule out this amendment out of order under Standing Order 21.10F, as it would negate a motion carried at a committee meeting under its delegated authority.
It would not.
The decision that we made yesterday. If I could ask councillors to calm yourselves. This is my right as chair.
Would like to challenge that ruling, please.
Okay, it has been challenged. Councillor, I'm going to ask you. No, this is democracy. And I'll actually ask the gallery to calm yourselves as well. We are to have respect in this room for everyone else in this room. Okay, my ruling has been challenged. So we'll go to a vote. There's no debate. So if you agree with my ruling, you vote yes. If you want the amendment to go forward, you vote no. Is that clear? Or is that the other way around?
No, there's no debate. There's no debate. It's just a...
Jennifer?
So a vote yes would be that the ruling would be overturned, and a vote no would mean that the ruling would be upheld.
Yeah, other way round. Yes. So if you want to overturn the ruling, vote yes. So yes is essentially for the mayor's ruling, and if you want to vote against the mayor's ruling, then you vote no.
We need.
Okay, that's
Voting
confusing.
yes, the ruling should be overturned.
We
To
need officer
uphold the
advice
ruling,
on
it's a
this.
no. Yes to over. Yes.
Need officer advice.
A yes vote would be to overturn
Can
the
we-
ruling, and a no
Officer
vote
advice.
Mayor,
would be to uphold the ruling.
can we just
Did I
do,
say something else?
just to simplify, yes for you, no for Nika, or yes for Nika, no for
Yes.
you? Just
A
make
yes-
it that way.
Yes is a vote to support the mayor's ruling.
Oh my goodness.
To overturn.
Well, I think we need to adjourn.
I heard myself.
I'm going to make
say
this
it.
real simple. If you support me, vote yes.
Yes.
If you vote green. If you support Nico,
No,
I think this opposite. Yep.
I think
Oh,
it
this is
makes
getting
more
ridiculous.
clear. It's more clear if you actually think about the challenge being the thing we're voting on.
Yes.
So
Yes,
if
you
we're
vote-
voting on the challenge and you vote yes, you're actually supporting Nico.
Yes.
If you don't wish to support Nico, you need to vote no
Well,
to the challenge.
I think, no, that's not the officer's
Can I
advice.
say,
God.
I would like officer advice, and we could ask officers questions, because this is council.
That's
This
right.
is not a committee.
Yep.
Council is the governing body.
Yep.
We have not delegated this to any committee in this regard. So I want officers to tell us that this is a legal way of doing this.
Through you, Chair, this is a legal way of doing this, and I will ask our Manager Democracy Services to clearly once more explain the voting procedure in terms of what you vote for if you support the Mayor's ruling and what you
I'm sorry,
vote if
I
you
got a
do not.
question.
No, with all due
Sorry.
respect, it's not about how the challenge. It's
Yes.
actually about whether this amendment can't be heard by council, and this council is delegating its responsibilities to a committee and saying this committee overrules whatever this council decides.
Through you, Chair, the General Counsel has given advice to the Mayor. This is a legal process. Please go ahead, Jennifer.
Could we hear
Can
from
I
the legal
please ask
counsel?
one question, the Mayor? My question is, since this is a council, we all have the right, equal right. This is the committee of the whole. So I'm just questioning if the Mayor has got the power to rule out this out of order itself.
I do.
We need a legal
Yes, I
advice.
do.
in this.
The Mayor does have that authority.
Yeah.
Please go ahead, Jennifer.
Can we please be incredibly clear about which way to vote, for which outcome?
Okay, so we're going to go back. Sorry, my team are now emailing me 100 ways of what I've been saying. So voting no means that the ruling is upheld. Voting no means that you support the Mayor's ruling.
You don't support the challenge. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Vote no to support Tory.
No, I would like legal advice whether this council.
No, so as the chair, I'm going to say no. This is my right to rule this out, and I've given the standing order. We are now going to a vote onto whether you. So,
I think the mayor.
Vote no upholds the ruling.
No, absolutely not. I am the chair. This is my ruling. No, we're going to a vote, as I've said. This is what happens when you drop amendments 9 minutes after the meeting has started.
That's democracy, though, Mayor.
As is our elected right.
Yep, that is democracy, and I've given you the standing order as to why I'm ruling this out. So, let's go to a vote. Ooh. Casting vote no. Oh, it's not 75% anyway. No. That's failed. Oh, we got there eventually. Thank you, everyone. We now move back to debate. Councillor Calvert, is this when you'd like to bring up your amendments?
Yeah, I just need 5-minute adjournment so I can send it and you can.
That's fine. 5-minute adjournment, thank you. Kia ora koutou. I will now hand over to Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, colleagues. I should be standing. Look, this is a follow-on from yesterday's amendments, and I've taken on board feedback and I've simplified it. But basically, this is saying we are going to meet our own rules that we have set for ourselves, and which is included in the financial strategy that's contained within the long-term plan. We set rules for lots of people. We set lots of different policies and strategies, and we often quote them because we need to abide by them. All I'm asking is that we actually abide by our financial strategy. And we're clearly not doing it now, not in the first year of the long-term plan. But if we can have a way forward to actually look at options of how we can meet our own strategy by year 2 of the long-term plan, I think that's beneficial for all, because people are hurting out there. You know, people are losing jobs. People are having their homes go up for mortgagee sale. And we actually have to do our bit. We can't keep spending money. And unfortunately, we're in this situation because we keep adding to our debt without thinking of the consequences. If you look at the papers, when we spend 140 million on the Golden Mile, we did not understand what that meant for our debt limit. So I'm asking you to think about what we can, how do we get back to what we said we would do? And this amendment does that. And so I ask for your support on that. And I also need to just, as part of this, talk about the long-term plan. I don't know actually whether I'm going to support it. I was originally supporting the airport shares because I think on paper it makes sense to diversify our investments. But I've only got to look at the feedback that we've had formally through the long-term plan. And I noticed we refer to the Citizens' Assembly, but they weren't presented with all the information, and in particular the financial situation that we were in. And also I've been listening to people over the last few weeks, and they're saying, yes, for some, it's a good idea to sell the shares, but they do not trust our council to do the right thing with the proceeds. And we do not have public trust and confidence in us. And also around this table, we're split. So we were talking about selling a major asset. We need to basically have 3/4 of us comfortable about it. Otherwise, we need to go back to the drawing board. So I just ask you to think about that as well as part of it. And, you know, look, I heard speeches yesterday saying we have to land this long-term plan. You know, this is democracy. Well, I heard another phrase this morning, and I thought it just crystallizes what we're at. It's exploitation of democracy that we're facing now, because everything's being railroaded through. At simple amendment, council is the governing body of this city, not a committee. It's quite clear in legislation, yet we have just overturned an amendment based on some standing order that the committee rules. That is not democracy. That is exploitation of democracy. So, and I'm really angry, actually, about what has just happened, because we're basing it on some bureaucratic rule that we could put aside. And we have not even been given the courtesy of legal advice on that. So, but in the meantime, we have to deal with our debt. We can't keep spending money. And we need to basically eat our own dog food in terms of this. So I'm asking you to actually bring back the financial discipline that we should have. We've said it. We've actually got a financial strategy that says what we should be doing. So please think about this amendment. Please show your support for it, because it's critical for the future of our city. And I want to make sure our city survives. I don't care whether anybody around this table survives or me, but I want our city to survive and I want our city to thrive. And we're not going around it in the right way at the moment. Thank you.
Can we have some officer advice on this?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead with my question. My question really is, we had something similar come to the table yesterday, which I did support actually. Is our officers able, well, how much would this tie you in knots? I mean, what my understanding is we're just asking for some options to come back to us. Is that how officers perceive it, or what difficulties would this create?
So per the advice that we gave yesterday, that still stands. So in effect, what this is asking us to do is to come back with advice on how we need to rework largely our capital expenditure program, but it will also have implications for our operational expenditure as well, in order to then think about how we get within the 225% debt to revenue limit, including the 272 million headroom. That we can do that work. We would certainly need input from you as elected members and also from our Pōiwi to determine where you would want those cuts to happen, and that is also likely, having cuts to that extent would likely have the implication that service levels would be amended. So there is an implication that there could be an LTP amendment as a result of that, which could be done as part of the annual plan process for next year.
May I ask just one little one? So the time frame then is something you're reasonably comfortable with, given that it can tie in with the annual plan?
The time frame that we would work to would be the same time frame that we would work towards in terms of the annual plan. However, an annual plan preparation process is a relatively simplified process. What we are talking about here is, fundamentally redoing many of the decisions as part of the LTP, so it would be a lot more significant than just the annual plan itself.
And probably just to add, that you'd kind of go through a similar process to what we've been through to get to where we are today, including audits and all of those sorts of things. But it's fairly substantial. That's what I would say.
First, Councillor Matthews, then Councillor Calvert.
Have all of the steps that would be required by this motion just been done as part of the LTP process?
Yes. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
It's correct to say that from an audit, we audit an annual plan as well as a long-term plan?
No, we don't.
No, there's no audit of an annual plan, only an LTP.
Okay, thank you.
Or an LTP amendment.
Okay, and would it be fair to say that through even annual plan processes that we will go through looking at our budgets and our service levels? And
absolutely.
Yeah.
So we will be providing that advice anyway, but that wouldn't necessarily get us to the point that we'd be working within our financial strategy by year 2, because our current LTP forecasts that by year 8.
Thank you.
And I think the earlier point that Andrea made is that depending on the significance of it, that would probably trigger an LTP amendment, which is different to an annual plan process.
Councillor Rogers.
I understand that this is to bring back proposals, but I guess I just wanted to be very clear. Do you foresee a way that you'd be able to make this without making significant cuts to the capital program that we just agreed on?
No, because we've already gone through a process where we've looked to make decisions around where we can do things more efficiently and effectively within our existing budgets.
Can I ask another one? And do you have figures around what that depth of cuts would look like in dollar amounts?
It would be over $200 million in capital expenditure cuts.
Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much, Andrea. Would you agree that at the time that we actually started working on this long-term plan, we had information given to us at that time that was relevant at that time, but as we go through it, things keep changing, and it seems to me that things have worsened. So do we actually change our plan to actually suit the existing conditions of today, so that when we look at this this proposal here, or sorry, the amendment here, do you think that it could conceivably worsen in the next 6 months, or that we actually need to actually look at this again. And now, I understand that you don't want to repeat the work that you've actually done, but if it worsens, then would you agree that we need to do something about this?
Well, I can't speak anecdotally about what quantum of worse looks like. We need to make those judgments based on the facts that come through. But what I would say is that we've currently got a long-term plan that is financially prudent. We are working in incredibly challenging circumstances. We've had to be agile right throughout the process. In February this year, we had decisions around Let's Get Wellington moving and Three Waters reform. So we've had to continue to be incredibly agile in providing finances, as have you in your decision making. So those are pretty significant challenges. If there were significant challenges like that arising, we would need to consider that and bring advice to you accordingly.
Councillor Rogers.
Apologies for a follow-up question. I was just thinking about you would come, if this amendment were to pass, you would come back with proposals within the next 6 months, which I guess is to say if this long-term plan passed, 6 months of capital spend would have occurred. Does that, I guess, make it even more difficult, given that we've just made many of these decisions to actually reach those cuts?
It doesn't necessarily make it more difficult. It's at a point in time, and to get within that debt to revenue headroom, you'd be shaving out whatever is required to shave out in that budget in any given year. Yeah.
Right. So I guess it's the cuts would have to happen over a period of 18 months as opposed to a period of 24 months.
Well, look, I think that would be a matter for how quickly this resolution looks to achieve that within year 2. So that's that's making that statement that you'd look to do that by year 2. You could certainly phase it over a longer period of time if that was the decision that was made upon receiving officer advice.
Cool. Thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Have you had access to any of the information that came to the Water Services Reform Advisory Oversight Group on the 21st of June?
No, I have sat in on workshops that's reflected economic modelling, but that hasn't been used for the purposes of pulling together our plans.
No, I guess I'm just wanting to clarify because there was some new information that hasn't disseminated through the region yet around the debt requirements. So I just want to check.
So I am aware of some of that information, and that's the debt requirements for the water services entity.
Yep.
Yeah. So those things are still being worked through as the modelling is being completed, and I've been aware of that. Yes.
With what you're aware of so far, do you think the projections we've got for the rest of the LTP are reasonable, given the just gigantic backlog and immediate investment required?
Yeah. So yes, it's reasonable, and that's certainly been a focus of the audit. Those projections that have gone into economic modelling have been the ones that have been used and given to DIA through the original labour reform process. So it's the same data being used, and that was the information that was used to inform the upper level of Wellington Water advice to you. I think in terms of water reform, if there is any change in how water services are delivered, then that would trigger an LTP amendment, and we need to consider the impact on this council at that point in time. But we certainly know, and that's certainly a comment that the auditor has raised in their audit opinion around the long-term affordability of water services.
Councillor Winera.
So just to clarify with regard to capital rephasing, was officer advice that some capital rephasing would be required in the event of retaining council's airport shares as well?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
I'm just trying to work out in my own head whether it's worth getting some proposals for these capital rephasing. Was it the advice of officers that there would be some necessary capital program rephasing in the event that Wellington City Council were to hold on to all of its airport shares?
So slightly different scenario to the one that is being presented here in this amendment. So in terms of the risks that we face significant insurance risks and that we don't have sufficient insurance coverage for our assets, and all of our investments are contained within the airport or ground leases. So if we were to have a disaster, those two assets could be affected in the same way all of our assets could. So that could, it doesn't provide us with great financial resilience. If we weren't to proceed with the airport sale, our advice is you would need to look at how you mitigated that risk through an alternative mechanism, and that would also be through ensuring that you had sufficient debt capacity.
So would it be useful to get this information if in the hypothetical situation that was going to be on the table in the future?
Well, I think this is a slightly different scenario, but if you wanted that information, as I've noted, it's going to require some significant cuts to the capital expenditure program. That is likely to have implications for levels of service and what levels of service that we provide. We would certainly look to make cuts and recommend cuts on projects that haven't yet started, and so because we'll have contracts in place for those that have started, and it would cost us just as much to exit out of those contracts largely. So, you know, it would be new CapEx and it would probably have service level implications.
I'm not seeing any further questions, so Councillor Abdurrahman.
So, Andrea, my understanding is the 450 million capex cut, if we don't go ahead with the airport share, was previously indicated. So, if this amendment, do you think this amendment will help in any way as part of that capex cut? Is a part of the question, I think.
No, because I think they're two separate pieces of work.
Right. I think what we're going to do is take a morning tea break now, so people can discuss the proposed amendment. But also, if there are any other amendments that we don't know about, please come and tell me now. Thank you. We'll be back at 11:10. to Councillor Calvert's amendment. I believe Councillor Randall is going to second. Would you like to speak now? Great. Would anyone else like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Matthews, then Councillor Free.
Just to say, I'm going to be voting against this. I'd encourage you to do so. We have just done all of this work, literally, and are about to make a final decision on it to prepare an LTP. And I also have concerns about the sort of implied, the political kind of motivations behind this in terms of, again, coming back to projects that certain people disagree with and finding ways to try and cut them constantly, even when our decisions are to continue with them. So I will be voting against this, and I encourage you to do the same, that as an organisation, it is resource intensive to cycle around constantly doing the same piece of work again and again because some people didn't like the outcome.
Councillor Free.
Yes, look, I have tossed this one around, and I did sort of vaguely support some things similar yesterday, which failed. However, I've had a little bit more time to think about it. I am very, very sympathetic to the drive behind this amendment, that if we have a limit, a self-imposed limit, we should actually try to stick within it. But I think the time frame here is a little too ambitious, given that we have a lot of things we're trying to work towards. And I know that there will be a lot of changes coming that will mean that we'll have to look at things and look again at our budgets. You know, for example, even though we may decide we're looking at selling the airport, that may not actually happen or may not happen at the price we think it's going to happen. There could be changes with water reform. There could be some change, hopefully, from some of our big projects. There will be a need to look at this, but I have just heard from our staff that this would impose quite a lot of extra work at a lot of extra cost, and may not be what we need to do. So I'm trusting that if we need to do it, it'll happen anyway, that some of it may happen, you know, that we're working towards this, but that we don't necessarily need to pass this amendment for this to happen.
Councillor Pennant.
Well, if God loves a try, God loves a try even more who keeps trying. So, look, Councillor Calvert, through the chair, I do love the way you talk about yourself as being a centrist. This is classic right-wing amendment. So let's keep the rates down and let's stop spending on things which are progressive and will move the city forward. So obviously I won't be supporting it. This ethos is exactly the reason we got into a mess in the first place, because we didn't spend enough money. Kia ora.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. Being a strong left-wing councillor, I'm going to exhort you to actually vote for this, because I believe that we should always be looking at ways of saving money. We should never stop trying to save money for ratepayers. We can continue spending, we can continue putting projects in there, but we need to think about how this actually affects ratepayers. And so I would plead with you to actually vote for this. Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I speak to the amendment, I just want to comment on the Chair's ruling around Councillor McNulty's amendment, because I think this
has to be his only time to speak.
Point of order, irrelevance.
Look,
he's got to
that's
speak
right.
to the
I'll allow it. It's fine.
Okay. So I know it's a difficult job, but I also think it's really important that the long-term plan of any plan is supported by a strong, open, democratic process. And I'm afraid the ruling of the Chair to say that we could not consider an amendment to the long-term plan at the Council because the long-term plan committee had made a recommendation is wrong. In 2021, the motion was to adopt the long-term plan. But this time it seems to be, are we going to rubber stamp the committee, the long-term plan committee's recommendation. The long-term plan committee has not got the delegated power to adopt the long-term plan. Only the full council does. And that is in legislation, the Local Government Act. To say that this council cannot change our own long-term plan when it's actually our role to be the responsibility of this most important decision is wrong, wrong, wrong. To turn down a discussion on the legal advice that supports the Councillor Chair's ruling, I think, is also not a good way to go. So,
I would move on to the
yes.
other topics.
So I want to put that on the record because I've never seen something that shocked me. I'm shocked. But moving on to the amendment, I do ask, please, for your support. This council is in financial strife, and everyone recognises that. Councillor Rogers yesterday talked about the hard decisions. Well, I'm sorry, we still haven't made the hard decisions. Because the hard decisions are when you've got to do something pragmatic that's against your own manifesto. I'll give credit to the Mayor. She's able to step up on this. I wish every councillor made the same sacrifice. I also note, for example, Councillor Foon's comment that waste is not sexy and it's important. And I agree. But it's also expensive. Bloody expensive. And the question has to be, can we afford it? This motion is about more information. It's just about more information. And we've promised to keep a good eye. We stand up and say we're doing our very best. And so anyone who votes against this motion is really saying, let's take the eye off the ball. Let's not worry about this thing. And I think that's wrong, because people are struggling out there. I also take up Councillor O'Neill's commentary yesterday, which really struck me, that she was proud to be part of the most progressive council in New Zealand. Well, I'm not proud to be part of the most progressive council in New Zealand. It's actually very expensive to run the green agenda and the core services. And we're seeing that in our rates increases. We're seeing it in our exceeding our own debt limits because we're trying to do too much. Getting some information, some more information about what we can do. And even if we decide not to do it, even if we decide as a majority council, and I respect democracy and the majority, even if we decide we should do it, not to keep going with the $200 million of cycleways, to keep going with the $110 million of capital for the zero waste. We
Final
want to
points,
do it.
please, Councillor.
We want to make that an explicit, informed and transparent decision. Same with the airport chairs. We should have the information. More information and more on these big items is essential. And I really ask Councillor Free to reconsider, to say, yes, get that information. We're going to get a lot of it anyway. So let's get it and be informed. So I ask you to support this amendment and note my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Conceptually, I support the intention behind this, but I feel like this is all part of the unnecessary theatre of this debate this morning, and it doesn't feel to me like this is a very constructive step forward. I really feel that it's almost like a way of saying, you know, have you stopped beating your wife type of comment, or husband, as the case may be. Because the reality is that I think the council is extremely focused on cost minimisation and on doing these jobs efficiently. And the sort of implication that there is sort of low-hanging fruit to be plucked over the next couple of months is just the wrong message to send. We have a lot of challenges, which I'll talk about later when we actually come to the final conversation about this topic. But I don't feel like this is a very productive or genuinely conciliatory resolution, and I've spoken to several of my colleagues around the table, and I think they've sort of persuaded me that this isn't really quite in the spirit of the intention of reaching an amicable agreement today, so I will be voting against this.
Councillor McNulty.
So, late last week, the advisory oversight group for the new water services met, and there was some new information that was tabled in that meeting. So it was the meeting on the 21st of June, and I think, unfortunately, the mayor was only able to do about 15 minutes because there was a power cut or sickness. But I've had the information shared with me in confidence, and what's in there will come to us eventually, and it's going to make this happen. And if you combine that with the local water done well requirements, I'm not sure if the councillors here read Ms Proctor's email about what the current stipulations are to have a financially sustainable water entity in 3 to 4 years, and that we've said we need 15 to 20. You put those together, there is some really nasty headwinds coming for this council. Now, I don't like this amendment. I don't like what's going to come out of this amendment. I'm sure it will be targeting a lot of good progressive policy. But again, I come to the amendment that I was not allowed to put on the table. We were told a week before the airport came for the vote, we would have to cut capex of $450 million if we retain that. I just want to know, what does it look like if we retain our airport shares? Because if we think the decision's over today, completely joking, this will drag on till the next election, and the next election will be a referendum on whether we go ahead with the airport or not. So I'm going to support this because I want more information to do my governance role appropriately around this table. Doesn't mean I support what comes out of it, but I don't understand from a governance view why some of us are so terrified of having access to information and data and to make better informed decisions. I truly don't.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just wanted to address some of the points raised by colleagues, and in particular, Councillor Chung, you mentioned the word savings. And I think it's important to note that in this context, savings and cuts are not synonymous. The one project I think about in particular is the decarbonisation of pools, which is spending money to save money. It is to cut that project would actually cost ratepayers money over the long term. So I think it is important to recognise that the projects that we are doing and have just debated throughout this long-term plan do have material benefits for ratepayers, and that is why they are in this long-term plan. I think it is also important that we have lots of information made available to us, and at the moment, the position in time, this amendment is asking officers to further hypothesise what might be happening in the future with the information that's available to them now. I believe it would be more appropriate for them to make these recommendations back to us as a council when they do have that information, so it is more based on the evidence in front of them and in front of us, rather than hypothesising what might happen in the future. I believe we've made many decisions throughout this long-term plan on the information that we have available, and I don't see why staff would not bring us information about the proposed changes, especially around water, and we have just seen some of the submissions that they have made that do address some of the difficulties that we will have with the proposed local water done well bill. So it is fully my expectation that that advice will come back to us anyway, and it will come back to us without very specifically setting a target that I do believe would cause significant cuts in order to be able to actually meet that year 2 in Councillor Calvert's amendment.
Councillor Winera.
Got to stand up, team. So I'm deeply uneasy about this amendment. I accept the argument that it is to seek more information. I am gravely concerned, however, about the proposal to cut our capital expenditure on the basis of projects that certain members may not like. So if I am to support this, and I will hear the debate, then it will be for the opposite reason, probably to the mover, because I simply want that debt information for the airport. Correction, I want that capital rephasing information for the sake of the airport's capital rephasing, which may need to happen in the event of shares being retained. So I will hear the debate, but I have very mixed feelings about this amendment.
Any further debate? In that case, write a reply.
Thank you. Look, this amendment, and I take a point, I'm being driven by making us get towards meeting our financial strategy. But what my concession is that I haven't said how we could do it. It's just that, and some of my colleagues have expressed, it's about actually having a structure to us getting more information within a time frame. And as we've seen, especially in the last few weeks, we haven't had all the information in a timely way. So this provides that structure for us. The proposals may come back and we may not like them. Some may like them, some may not. But that's when we can have a more fulsome debate over it. But we need that information to come back to us. And you've heard that it could be $200 million worth of cuts, and that's without water reform. Now, you've just got to think, is that $200 million is money we should never have spent in the first place or allocated because it took us over our debt headroom. So we are not, we're not cutting. We've still got, at the end, well, in the next week or so, I think we finish on $1.5 billion worth of debt. So cutting a couple of $100 million from that is small fry in comparison, because that debt at the end of next year, if we don't do anything, is going to be up to $1.9 billion. So you've got to put it into perspective in terms of that. In terms of the proposals coming in, there can be phasing options. I don't know what officers will suggest to us, and I think we need to work closely with them. And as some of my colleagues have highlighted, yes, it will help future decisions around the sale of the airport shares. What does this mean for the council? And look, yes, I have always advocated for financial prudence and for us to keep within our debt limits. This is not being politically motivated. And actually, around this table, decisions keep coming back to us. I'll refer you all to the district plan. We made decisions 2 years ago, and then they've been relitigated. But so if it happens on one side, it's got to be fair for everyone. So being singled out as this being politically motivated without the essence of what this is about is absolutely wrong and disingenuous. The time frame is ambitious, but again, we have got to get these proposals in front of us. If officers provide us within year 2, we might just say we can't do it. Maybe it will take 3 years. But until we actually put a definitive time frame on this, we won't know. And yes, I am a centrist. I also like to think I'm a moderate, Councillor Pennant. Being an ex-Labour Party member, albeit 30-odd years ago. But it doesn't stop us putting structure around what we need to do.
Final points, please, Councillor.
Thank you. But our city's not growing. We've heard that from, it hasn't grown for 5 years. Let's Get Wellington Moving. We talk about moving. What happened to Let's Get Wellington Moving? 7 years. And what did we get? A crossing and a roundabout. And our officers have still got to work on an integrated transport plan. We've had nothing. We're not moving. We're not moving forward, people. And this plan is not going to get us moving forward because we're going to be stopped in our tracks because we're going to run out of money. And again, this should not be rubber stamping of what is already here. And this enables us to move forward in actually getting some proper solutions going forward. Because if we don't, and it comes back to my point originally about we are exploiting democracy by trying to get this through, by stopping amendments coming through. And yes, some people have said tough choices, and we've gone through robust processes. But we've done that under the backdrop of exploiting democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move back to, oh no, we've got to vote for the thing. All right, so vote for or against this amendment.
Green is for me.
Green is, yes.
Unusually. Are you going to be red me?
Nico. And that has failed. Okay. Now we move back to the main debate. Would anyone like to speak? Okay, I'm seeing all the hands, that's great. I'll start with Councillor Brown.
This is obviously a very difficult decision for many people around this table. What I would really like to actually make sure that people understand is that a very high percentage of the costs that the council is now facing are non-discretionary, and that includes insurance, construction costs and interest rates, meeting environmental standards, and catching up on the deferred maintenance with regards to Three Waters assets. And on that last point, which obviously has been very political, it is worth noting that next year our total rate, including the levy, will be over $200 million, $203 million plus GST that we will be charging Wellington residents. So that is a 28% increase on last year's figure, and that is effectively not a discretionary spend. And I think most people around this table would agree about that in that increase. It's almost exactly half of our total rates increase relate to our Three Waters. On top of these challenges that come about through the wider environment, we face a major problem with central government's behaviour and their position, which has been far less than helpful, in fact, the opposite of helpful. And I don't just criticise the current national-led coalition government. I think the last government was equally as bad. Next year, our rates will generate $86 million of GST for the government, and that's frankly a crime that they're actually double taxing our residents. Their borrowing is forcing up wholesale interest rates, and the cost to us is in excess of $20 million a year of an additional interest bill. So it's another direct consequence of government behaviour, and that's not including the failure of the Reserve Bank to control inflation. Their removal of predator-free funding has obliged us to step up with the funding for Capital Kiwi, and there's been a wide range of initiatives where government has withdrawn support and has forced the burden back onto ratepayers. And the particular one which I would draw attention to is their rollback of social support, especially in the area of housing, which is obliging us to actually invest a very large amount of ratepayer funds to fill a gap which is being left by the government's dereliction of their responsibilities. So we've got a lot of challenges which are caused by the environment. We've got which have been exacerbated by the government behaviour and policy. And the only way which we're going to actually be able to address these challenges is if we can work together. So the disunity that has been exampled over the last couple of weeks around this issue is really disappointing, because I think the only chance we have to actually address these problems, and in particular to get central government to change its policies, is if we can actually work together. So I am supporting the plan. Obviously there's some aspects of it I'm not happy about, but I think it's a good compromise for what is possible for us, and I'd like to see it as a sort of a starting point for us to be able to actually work together to try and actually lower the cost of the impact. And just one last point, because there has been a degree of misinformation. The long-term plan shows that our rates are going to increase by 115% over the next 10 years. That includes the sludge minimisation levy. 115% is obviously a lot. If you actually adjust that for CPI, it's about 70%. That is a big increase, I realise, but 70% real increase is not the end of the world, as some people have actually portrayed it. So we've got a problem. We don't want to increase our rate burden by 70% real, but I think the only way we're going to actually be able to solve this problem is by working together. So I hope that once this is out of the way and we come back from our recess, that we can actually work together to address some of these challenges. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Chung.
First of all, very interesting, Councillor Brown, that you should actually mention working together, because every time we have a discussion, we don't seem to be working together, we oppose each other. So where's this working together? However, that's by the by. So what are we here for? I mean, what are we here for as councillors? And this is not an exponential question. It's what do we actually do? What is our job? What is our main job here in council? It's to look after our constituents. And so we've heard lots of discussions. Yesterday, I heard my colleagues were talking about climate change. We're talking about the different things that we actually need to do, different things that are our responsibility. Councillor Rogers sort of mentioned yesterday, he listed some things that he talked to his constituents about, and I applaud him for talking to these constituents. He mentioned housing, transport, safety, and environment. And just earlier on, he talked about the carbonisation of our pools and changing it from gas to electricity. I actually do support that. If it's saving money for us, then I support that. But when we look at all these issues, the climate change, housing, transport, some of those things we can do something about, but a lot of these things we can't do anything about. Climate change, for example, yesterday we were talking about, my colleagues were talking about climate change and how important it is, and mentioning that dreaded C word, coal. And so we can actually stop our exports of coal, we can actually stop digging it out of the ground, but China is opening 250 coal mines, new coal mines a year. So what difference does it actually make to the world? We all live in the same world, so we need to do things that make a difference to Wellingtonians. We need to make things that help Wellingtonians. You know, you can talk about something else that we have absolutely no control over in the world, but what's the point of it? It doesn't actually achieve anything. And so, so what are the things that we can actually achieve? And here, I'm going to differ from Councillor Brown's figures. I have a figure of 276% increase in rates over the next 10 years.
Yeah,
okay,
it's okay, Councillor Brown.
I can check those figures, but this figure, 276%, if it's true, then over the next 10 years, that's a huge amount of increase. So these are things that we can control. We can control the rate increases. We can control the extra burden that we actually give to our ratepayers. So if we look at what ratepayers are subjected to now, or our citizens are subjected to now, we mentioned the increasing insurance costs. We mentioned the increasing interest costs. We mentioned the cost of living. But a lot of those things are actually choices. And so people still have
Final points, please, Councillor.
Whether they actually adopt those things or not. But we don't have a choice about rates. They have to pay the rates. There's just no choice about that. So let's look at the things that we can control. You know, why aren't we focusing on those things? Why aren't we thinking about the people out there? Why are we thinking about all these other projects? No.
It's time to wrap up, Councillor.
Yeah, okay, last sentence. Just remember this figure, that if we actually increase the rates that much, whether it's 276% or 100%, whatever you had there, it's something that we're burdening our ratepayers with. So remember that this is your legacy, and vote against this long-term plan is abominable.
Councillor Free.
Thank you, and I did anticipate it would be a passionate debate. I think, however, we can turn this debate around, and actually what I think the problem has been is that the role and the delivery of what local government does is so underappreciated. So we are providing for people. I mean, just think about what's provided for you in your home, and I think during lockdown we all got a taste of this. Our toilets flushed, we had fresh water, we had streets with street lights, we had parks, we had beaches, we had community facilities which temporarily we weren't allowed to enjoy. We have libraries, we have an amazing set of things that are provided for us in the city, and they do not come for free. And the whole problem has been, however, that people don't, the way we rate people, it is quite coercive, it is compulsory, but it is value. Actually, I would probably pay my entire rates bill, which is $4,000, for just the privilege of owning a toilet that I flush, and I don't have to think any more about it. And it's not just my toilet. I've got a whole heap of services that are provided for me in this city. And I think we need to turn this conversation around to the benefits of our rates. And while admitting that we have to support some people because it is hard, we do have our rates rebates, which have gone up. But it is the price we pay for living in a city. And yes, we have been not paying enough collectively, and we've been riding on the fat of investments that were made in the 1920s and the 1930s and the 1950s. And our generation is going to have to pay more rates. But other generations have had heaps more tribulations than this. They've had to go to war. They've lived through massive depressions. They've had pandemics which have killed masses of people. If our generation has to pay a little bit more in their rates, because that's our contribution to building a better society, then that's the reality. Let's start actually appreciating the value that we're getting for those rates. About the airport, I'm afraid I'm a little bit with my councillor colleague, Councillor Brown. I can't abide misinformation. I would like to quote the figures about the approval for the airport from our consultation document, and we understand the methodology of that. And yes, people that were passionate about it did submit. But nevertheless, of the submissions, 53% supported a partial or full sale, and only 28% were fully opposed. In the survey results, we have a statistically balanced survey. It was 65% that supported a full or partial sale, and only 19% opposed. We have a lot of good reasons to sell this asset. We don't actually have a lot of control. There is a big risk. They're going to want to invest, and we won't have the money. Think about the airport extension they did want to do. We were going to be asked for hundreds of millions of dollars as a partner to that. Now, it may not be an airport extension, but it might be something else they want to do, and we just don't have the money to be part of that partnership. What we can do is take that money and have it invested where it will give us a return, where it will be diversified, where we will still have investments in good quality assets, not necessarily in Wellington. In fact, hopefully not in Wellington, because we do need to diversify. And that is to protect our ratepayers going forward into the future. So I think this is a balanced LTP. I don't love absolutely everything about it.
Final points, please, Councillor.
It meets a lot of the aspirations of people around this table. I saw how the Mayor, kudos to you, incorporated a lot of the desires we'd expressed. So this is an LTP that I'm proud of personally, and I do urge you, for the sake of the process, for the sake of your colleagues, for the sake of Wellington, for the sake of actually displaying maturity and wisdom and process around this table, to vote for it.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whanau. I have no doubt that all the councillors got a good intention when we go out voting for this long-term plan. However, we have differences. We want our city to succeed, and we have a democratic right to criticize each other around this table. Once we go out, we are friends. But we need to tolerate each other when such a thing, a big stake of like $500 million public asset is on the table. For me, there are a lot of good things in this long-term plan, as I already said yesterday. But the moment you put it, airport into it, it is like sugar-coated poison. That is, I think, why I think it is really, really risky for all of us. It got a potential to damage to our city. Yesterday, I talked again about how the process was grabby and undemocratic. Some of you felt a bit provoked. A good and classic example of that is ruling out today's amendment moved by Councillor Winera. According to the standing order and term of references that we have, this council has got an ultimate power to adopt, to reject. And moving an amendment to the long-term plan was one of the power that we have as a councillors. That is why I think it was undemocratic. It was also the process has been tick boxing exercise. Why am I saying that? Councillor Free referred to how 55% of Wellingtonians preferred partial sale or no sale.
That's not what I said. Point of order.
Point of order, let me finish.
Yeah, it is misrepresentation. I'll just be quite clear about what I said. In the submissions, 53%, and I did just check this, 53% supported a partial or a full sale, only 28% opposed, and in the survey, 65% supported a partial or a full sale, and actually only 19% opposed it. There was a big number that didn't know, who were undecided in the middle.
So here is my point.
No, Councillor, I'll ask you to, I support that ruling,
yes.
and I'll ask you to retract.
Yep. So that 53% were not in support of it. They support some of them partial sale. We are selling 100%.
I'm sorry, but that's again the same misrepresentation. It wasn't 53% that supported a partial sale. There were 28% that supported a full sale and a certain other number that supported a partial sale, together making up 53%.
Councillor, I'm just going to ask you to stick to the facts.
Well, okay, this is another fact. More than 70%.
And wrap up your speech because we're getting to the end of time.
More than 70% of Wellingtonians, according to Union Wellington, opposed this. More than 80% of Paikawakawa Southern Road people oppose this. So what I'm saying is, why are we doing this as part of this long-term plan? I also want to highlight that the LTP has no public mandate and has no electoral mandate. And this council is pushing it through, and that's why I think has been undemocratic, grabby, and poisonous, sugar-coated poison. Thank you.
Pauiwi Hohaya.
Kia ora tātou. It has been a great privilege to participate in this LTP process. I've listened closely, read hundreds of written submissions, and watched carefully as hundreds of public submitters have made compelling cases both for and against various aspects of this plan. I've also received numerous detailed briefings from council officers on the merits of the many options that we have considered in arriving at the plan we have before us today. So it goes without saying that this LTP is the culmination of a thorough, robust and rigorous process. And the recent independent audit comments are a testament to that fact. Now, Councillor Free has made the point, we might not all agree with everything in this plan, but the process by which we arrived at it has been, in my view, beyond reproach. For that reason, I believe we have to respect that process. It is, after all, and I disagree with Councillor Calvert on this matter, it is a truly democratic one, which we have all, myself and Pauiwi Kelly included, had ample opportunity over the past 12 months to participate in. So today, as councillors, you can, by voting for this plan, send a message. That message is that despite our differences, we can all agree that the plan, while not perfect, was arrived at through an open, democratic, participatory process which has its own mana. To put it another way, despite our differences, we are collectively responsible for acting in the best interests of the city. To those of you who voted against the plan in committee yesterday, I would respectfully encourage you, before you vote again today, before you decide whether to push the green button or push the red button, ask yourself this one simple question. What would be in the best interests of the city? Nā reira, kātiaki au I konei, kei haku muanga, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou.
Councillor McNulty.
I suppose I'd just be remiss if I didn't quickly comment on the amendment being ruled out of order. Quite extraordinary. I can't think of any time around this table where the advice for that has required the chair of the committee to go off into another room with several members, senior members of staff, to get that advice. Usually we deliberate that open and around the table. So extraordinary scenes, but maybe I'm just a novice. There's only been 18 months. Yesterday, the Deputy Mayor asked about why would we oppose the LTP. Perhaps I can provide some illumination in the next few minutes. Today is the beginning of the end of a number of political careers. Doesn't give me any joy to state that, but the progressive councillors of this council must be under no illusion what this LTP means. When it comes to democracy, cards are stacked against the left. We don't have access to the same big donors with deep pockets. We have younger voters. They're more transient. We have renting, just with our renters, trying to keep them enrolled is a constant struggle. Then you put that in the local government context where people are disengaged and apathetic, and the challenges are up against us. But somehow the left still manages to win. Why is that? Because behind every single Green and Labour councillor in this table, and Mayor Whānau, there was a small army of volunteers. Those volunteers were willing to come out on a Wednesday night call 10, 15, 20 people at random and vouch for us. Those volunteers took all the weather Wellington could throw at them and door-knocked, whether that was in Miramar, Te Aro, Brooklyn, Ngaio or Tawa. The fact Councillor Rogers is at this table and not Councillor Tiffenbacher is testament to what ordinary people working together can achieve against all of those cards being stacked against us. And it's those volunteers this LTP betrays. In the most right-wing government since Ruthven-Asia, the ostensibly most progressive council in New Zealand is finishing the job of Richard Prebble. Let me share a small section of what those who worked to elect my progressive colleagues have told me over the past few weeks. 1. Many Green Party members are angry at the Mayor promoting the privatisation of public assets and will refuse to select her for re-election. 2. There are quite a few of us in the Greens very unhappy with Green elected members, to the point they will campaign for a Labour candidate next year. 3. I have been a Green member since 2005 with the hopes the Green was a left-wing alternative.
Councillor, can you keep it relevant to the debate?
Absolutely is. I'm currently a Berrinpore resident but would be happy to contribute for future campaigns.
It's actually nasty.
Can you make a point of order, please, Sarah? In a few months' time, campaigning will start. When the emails that you send out to your volunteers go unanswered.
Point of order. This actually has no
relevance. When those you speak to on the phone
the main thrust
don't pick up the phone and they make excuses.
Order, please. Order.
When the donations fall flat, think back to today. This LTP is a political obituary.
Okay. Councillor Young.
Calm it down. So match that. So it will be no surprise to anyone here that I am horrified by the proposed rates increases now and over the coming years and the burden that will place on almost all Wellingtonians, possibly not the person who's selling his house for $6 million in Mount Victoria today, but he's not turned it into a coal mine. Councillor Pannett. So we have various figures on what the forecasted rates are and I know that in one media column it says 276 and Councillor Brown has said it's actually sort of nets down to 70%, whatever. It is a huge amount. It is terrifying for people. So if you're paying $8,000 a year now in rates, in 10 years' time, it's going to be $20,000. That is unsustainable for a lot of people. So the Deputy Mayor said we have lots of big plans. That's the problem. We're trying to do too much too soon. A lot of what we want to do is laudable, but it could wait. It doesn't have to be done now. The Deputy Mayor also said that we are investing to bring Kiwi back into our hills, which is fantastic. But we're also putting up the rates so Wellingtonians are leaving Wellington, and they are leaving Wellington because of the proposed rates burden. It is just, why bother? Why bother staying in a city where you're being priced out of it? So, this is very short. I just want to say this rates increase is not sustainable for many Wellingtonians. We are doing too much, and it is not resilient for Wellingtonians, so I'll be voting against the long-term plan, which I know is not a surprise.
Councillor Matthews.
I wasn't intending to speak in this debate, but I guess the contrast of some of the speeches that I've heard today has kind of compelled me to say a few words. And I want to thank you, Pauiwi Holden, for your speech in the way that it articulated what our responsibilities are. And I take those responsibilities extremely seriously. I also, in fulfilment of my responsibilities as a councillor, in my fulfilment as my responsibilities as a Labour councillor, my fulfilment to the responsibilities of the people that volunteered to help me get elected and the principles that I stand for and work hard for every single day here, I have another principle that guides me. And it is not high-minded, it is not as eloquent as Pauiwi Hohaia was. And I have said it before, and I now have a little badge that someone gave me, and it says, "Don't be a dick." And I guess, yes, it is true that there are electoral consequences to everything we do here. However, while we are here, we are councillors for the whole city. We represent our city. We show our city how we should be behaving. And I expect and demonstrate a higher level of behaviour than what I have seen in recent weeks. And I want to say you have made this by behaving so disrespectfully to our colleagues and our staff and our mayor harder, more painful, more difficult for yourself and for us all. And I would like people, after this vote has happened today, to go away and think about, is that how they want to be? Because I do not want to be like that, and I will continue to not be like that, and I will govern responsibly according to my values and not be a dick to any of you. Thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. So look, I understand today the vote will be tight. And I said to one of my colleagues that I will not create chaos by voting against this plan, even though I have some concerns with it. So that position will continue. I too am very disappointed by the debate, from the ruling out of a reasonable amendment to some of the inflammatory comments that have been made. It is not acceptable, but this has been part of a context where this whole LTP has been difficult on the part of the left. As someone who took quite a moderate view on the sale of the airport, I think there was a reasoned debate to be had, and it wasn't always. But that has to take place in a larger context. The left has become even worse over the last 4 or 5 years, and I've considered that I have been impacted by that. This constant cancelling of people, the inability to listen to people and have a reasoned discussion, including over social media, is a problem, something we need to discuss on the left. So it's no surprise really that it's come to this. I just want to say, Councillor Randall, again, I say it all the time, but I just feel I need to say it again. The costs of not taking action on the environment are more than the amount of money that we are forking out today. Let's be really, really clear about that. On waste, for example, the alternative is not free. Okay, it means another landfill, it means more carbon emissions, it means more even precious metals in our landfill, which should be put back into the circular economy to be used and used again. And that is the core of environmentalism, not housing for the middle class. That is the core of environmentalism. And I found the discussion around villas and pools as being the cause of climate change incredibly difficult. We just need to remember it's about burning fossil fuels, and that's something we have to stop now. We have been given adequate warning. And just last on asset sales, I am very, very disturbed about how much we are flicking off, and we need to stop it. Our power lies in the assets that we do actually hold as a council for perpetuity. Which is why I've come down on the side of retaining the airport, but also for the other reasons I mentioned yesterday. And just to end on a more positive note, because it has been difficult, I do want to thank all the Mayor Whānau, Rebecca Matthews, for your leadership on this. I really appreciate it. It is not an easy job, and I think that's to be commended, and the officers for all the work that has been done too. I know it's just many, many hours up till late at night answering our thousands of questions. I appreciate that, and I just really stand behind some of the progressive change that has been made, in spite of my disappointments. The transformation of our waste system, the transformation of our transport system are going to be what gets us to a sustainable world, and I hope that future generations will not judge us harshly for that. Kia ora.
I'm not seeing any further debate. Councillor Wenera.
Ka tangata hihi, ka tangata kākatongi anō hoki a hau ti hai Māori ora. Me te mea tōtai, ka reira ki mihi kia koutou katoa, kua taupatu mai. It's been a good debate, and I just want to begin by acknowledging our two mana whenua representatives who are at this table. I really wish they had a vote around this table, to be honest with you, and they ought to have a vote around this table. And since they don't, I think it is a real shame that we couldn't have had this whole raru-rarus yesterday, but so be it. I just want to start by echoing Councillor McNulty's gobsmacking that the amendment, which was functionally equivalent to the process of another which was raised and upheld, was not allowed to proceed. Look, I support most of this LTP. I think many of the people in this room and who sat over there also support much of this LTP. Just as they held signs saying don't sell the airport, so did they hold signs saying vote for progressive councillors. The feeling, I think, if I'm being honest, is grief, which is appropriate because I look like I'm dressed for a funeral. You know, I really would have loved for today to be a moment of unity and of healing, that we could pass a compromise together. You know, I'm not afraid to share that it's been personally pretty horrible for me to act as the villain in this and push back against my mates and my colleagues with whom I thought I shared values and shared promises to our people. You know, we promised them that we would not sell the airport, and I fear today that we will betray that promise. They put us here, and we answer to them, no other. Just as they held signs for that kaupapa there, so did they hold signs for us. Remember that. Look, I've got a minute left. I guess the guts of what I want to say is my papa raised me to be a man of my word, really, and I will keep the promise that I made to those folks over there. I would rather not, to be honest, fight this for the rest of my term, but, you know, as many beautiful young men and women will tell you, my stamina is absolute, and I will continue doing this until October, if that's what it takes. It's an unfortunate position to be in, but that's going to be my reality for the term, and if it is going to be my reality for the term, so be it. So it is with great regret, to be honest, that I will not be supporting this long-term plan today. I really wish I could have voted for it, but the cards have fallen where they have, and that's just the way it goes. So, kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Neill.
Look, I just wanted to address a few things in between yesterday's debate and now. And one of the things was to substantiate that Wellington City Council could potentially have ministerial intervention. And I just wanted to pull forward a few of the facts that I've been able to look into over the last 24 hours, along with really clear officer advice. The Office of the Auditor General states that a delayed long-term plan is a breach of a statutory deadline and would be unacceptable and clear within the eyes of the law, especially within the context that Wellington City Council opted out of a long-term plan extension many months ago, and this was made clear through several of our papers. The Minister for Local Government himself, Simeon Brown, said agencies would be keeping, quote, a close eye on the following request for planned investments in regards to Wellington City Council's water in February of this year. It has been my consistent position not to sell the Wellington Airport shares. And I want to mihi to my colleagues over the other side of the table, though I do not agree how you have carried out in this past week. I want to acknowledge the work that you have done into trying to limit the airport shares. I also wanted to call out that although in my opinion, it was not appropriate to stop the long-term plan within the last 48 hours, that we will be having a vote on the actual point of sale in December of this year, going to the Kaunihera or Pōneke, the council of 16 members. And we have also highlighted through Q&As that a notice of motion and revocation could be passed and drawn up at any time to stop the sale of the airport shares. Lastly, I just wanted to close off. I think it's a real shame that a lot of us have been able to participate in this debate in an unclean nature. Hollering, shouting over each other, jokes about domestic violence, name-calling, willfully ignoring the chair's ruling on point of orders, to quote a tweet that was up online last night, mudslinging and threats. And I do think it is quite a shame to pack a sad because you don't know how standing orders works. And your behaviour and attitudes are a reflection upon yourselves. But I feel like I have to kind of call that out a little bit because it's a damn shame, the amount of disorder and behaviour that we've seen at this table. Worse than like going to Parliament in question time, and I considered us to respect the office of which we are elected here. We've normally been pretty good at that. Lastly, I just wanted to mihi to a lot of the staff that have put in hours and hours of work. This is their job. It is not their job to be dragged in the press in the front of the Dominion Post. They don't get a right of reply. And actually, as a member of the political party that is supposed to represent workers, I will proudly not be slagging off and causing like employment disputes to which people have no response of. And I'm sorry that my speech was so negative. This is a fantastic plan, actually, but I just had to call that out, and I'm going to back. Yeah.
Any other debate? Look, enough has been said, so I think I'm just going to, we know where we are sitting on this, so I'm just going to go straight to a vote. And that has passed. Thank you, everyone. We're going to break for lunch. It's on level 8 as per, and we will come back at 12:30. We've got, so 2 more biggish papers to go and then a couple of little ones, but I'm sure the beefiest part of the day is now out of the way. So I'm going to go to rate setting 2024-25. Please welcome Andrea and Raina to introduce the report. Raina, sorry, Raina.
Kia ora koutou. Following the adoption of the long-term plan, it is now time to set the rates for the 24-25 year. I will take the paper as read and answer any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Young.
So I have warned Andrea about this. I just want to know why, as someone who has had a water meter put in due to my philosophical views on water metering, why it is that we still don't get the bills electronically and we have to file them like old-fashioned bits of paper as if we dress like Councillor Kaunihera when he's an undertaker. And very stylish, very stylish. No, it says it is infuriating.
So we have been working very hard to ensure that those are made electronic, and during the course of this year, and as soon as possible in this year, we will be making them electronic.
Thank you.
Any further questions? No, thank you both for that. Councillor Matthews is going to move the paper.
Yes, and I first of all would like to, you can call me out for relevance, but I thought, Councillor Wineta, it was Fred Astaire was the vibe that I was getting. But it did remind me of the adage that Ginger Rogers did it all backwards wearing heels. So, no, I just, on the rates paper, and I guess I just want to acknowledge, I won't speak for very long, I want to acknowledge, and all of the work that has gone into bringing this number down. And I think it is something that gets forgotten, and I do want to continue to acknowledge the work, Barbara, that you and your team, and particularly to call out Andrea as well, that the work that has gone on across the organisation to absorb more and more organisational savings, and that I recognise how hard that is. And so I do think it's important to say. I also want to acknowledge the challenges that rates increases at this level put onto people. And I guess I am not a person, and some people I know, I've seen it said that we, as a renter, I don't get a rates bill and I don't see this and it's not real to me. And first of all, it is real to me because I just had quite a significant rent increase. But second of all, which I don't necessarily blame on rates, but that it is hard, and particularly for people on fixed incomes, and particularly in the current environment that we have in Wellington with so many people. So I'm so saddened at the job losses and what those impacts will be. So there are attempts we are continue to make to mitigate that effect. However, it has driven a lot of my decision making in terms of voting to stop doing things or do them more slowly that were very dear to me. And I know that everybody has been in that position, that we have had to have a level of discipline. I'm so sorry for first-term councillors, because this is a completely different experience than other LTPs. But I also want to say that this is what has happened around the country, and that if anybody's going to come after me and say we're addicted to spending, or that this is a Wellington City Council problem, it is not. And you need to look at all of the great work that Local Government New Zealand has been doing to raise the broader issues. There are rates increases much higher than this in some areas, and this is, I think we're at about the average. So, and you can bring up some, Auckland rates or whatever, but you have to acknowledge that water is handled separately. So their rates increase would be looking very different if you added in the water increases. So, essentially this I do, and I also just want to thank the team for all the work that has gone into this whole program, and the finance team in particular, who are amazing people. So, yeah, thank you, colleagues.
I believe Councillor Panovich is seconding. Did you want to speak now?
Yeah, just echo Councillor Matthews' comments. We are not alone. There are significant rates increases across the country. And one of the things that I did during this long-term process was look at some of the LTPs from the other cities. Locally, I'm talking Masterton, and also the major suburbs, Christchurch, Hamilton, which is well over 20, and also Auckland. So I would have liked to have had a lesser rates increase, and I'll take it back to the point. We did actually start at 13% after in the new year. We're higher now, but I'm happy to second this.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews and Panovich. We're addicted to spending. Councillor Matthews. And I also have to note that our big issue isn't that the rates have gone down, the issue is the rates have gone up. Now, I take your point that they could have gone up a lot more. But I take no solace in the fact that we've got a rates increase that is very high. And just because it could be very, very, very high is actually no comfort to me. I also have to say, though, I think officers have done their job in supporting the process, in providing information, consistent advice throughout this. I think the process is not ideal. I think it has some flaws, but I do know that the burden and what is really at fault in terms of the city's rates increase is elected members and Poiwi. I think officers have done their job, as I said. I don't think we've done ours. But I will still support this because this is a follow-on from the long-term plan. Thank you.
Any further debate? Councillor Calvert.
Whilst officers were able to find us some savings, can I just remind everyone that we are increasing our operational expenditure, which is what gets funded from rates increases, by 10% from this year to next. And it's quite interesting to see government has requested their agencies and departments to cut their operational expenditure by around 6.5 to 7.5%. So we haven't actually effectively cut our operational expenditure, we've added to it. So we're having, and at the end of the day, a lot of people can accept rate increases. It's what we're spending our money on, that they can't see the value when we're not investing enough into our water already. And look, I don't wear badges that I can't uphold, but I notice Councillor Brown has given, and I will say it's a jar of honour rather than a badge of honour, because he said turkeys don't vote for Christmas. So he's obviously saying all the ones he's given a jar to aren't turkeys, because otherwise we wouldn't be having cranberry sauce at our Christmas time. And so I'm not going to support this because I think it's based on a plan that's not appropriate, and we haven't, again, followed our own rules. So we're happy to follow rules set by something else, but we're not happy to follow the rules set by ourselves in terms of our financial strategy. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Any further debate? Right of reply?
Yeah, I don't wear badges that I can't uphold either, and I think it's an unnecessary personal comment. And so anyway, on to the business. I guess what I would say to any councillor who is, first of all, compares us to central government and the powers that they have, we are a creature of statute. Most of it, as Councillor Brown actually put out in such a clear way to us, most of the things that are driving this rates increase are tasks that are required of us by government funding. Government regulation. And sorry, and funding is a bit of a Freudian slip there because they don't come with funding. And actually, we are in a very difficult position. However, we do need to rate for this essential business, and councillors that wanted to make greater cuts have had many opportunities. Often I've seen them put up increases, actually, and I have been one of the most disciplined councillors here for actually voting against amendments that put further spending into our budget and further pressure on rates. But any other cuts that you want, you need to get a majority of votes. And this is where we have landed on every decision that a majority of councillors have voted for. And that is the rates, that is the long-term plan, and I do think it will be a solace and comfort to people that their rates bills are not at the levels which were proposed earlier and that the team has worked so hard to bring down. Thank you.
Let's go to a vote.
Okay, that's Councillor Adjournment voting yes. And that has passed.
We now move to Resource Management Amendment Bill. Please welcome Michael to introduce the report. Sean and Joshua will also be here for questions if needed.
Kia ora koutou. The paper before you is seeking endorsement for a submission that's been prepared on the recently released Resource Management Act Amendment Bill. So this is the first tranche of reform that's coming through for the resource management system, and a lot of the focus of the content in the submission is really on matters that are probably more relevant to the regional council. However, there are some elements that are relevant to us as a city council, and that's really what the focus of the submission has been and the content that's been covered. I'll take the report and the submission as read and available to answer any questions. Kia ora.
Councillor Pennant.
I enjoyed reading this. Sean, I'm going to address my questions to you, just given what we did through the MPSUD. Paragraph 29, what does generally council as opposed to any further coal mining? In what situations do you think it's possible to burn fossil fuels? One of the most dangerous ones.
The word generally has been used there simply to join the sentence of the previous point. I can't think of a reason why you would endorse coal mining.
So maybe I'll leave that to the debate. Secondly, paragraph 29. Gosh, there's a lot in paragraph 29. There's nothing about the other part of our missions, which is the stationary energy. Really, you're talking about public transport, not talking about building. Why is that? And particularly given we've just taken money out of the budget for greening buildings, that's not going to fix our problem on its own.
So the remainder of paragraph 29 is to illustrate that council is opposed to further coal mining. We haven't distilled all of council's policy into that. We've just shown that the general direction in Te Atakura is that coal mining isn't a thing that fits with the outcomes you have previously voted for.
And just last question, is it officers' view that we should use coal for building homes and commercial spaces?
I'm not an engineer, but I don't think coal would make a good building material.
In the steel, Councillor, Mr. O'Dane, in the steel.
The difficulty is, if you do not use coal to provide the carbon for the iron reaction and to fuel the Bessemer process, it is difficult to make steel. So there will, so long as we use steel and the Bessemer process remains unaltered, then there will be a need for coal.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yes, just in the submission under the Te Mana o Te Wai section, para 25, could you please give me an example where this is a challenge to, you've got there, where the three obligations are met can be challenging. So Te Mana o Te Wai creates difficulties when providing for new infrastructure in Wellington, as ensuring all three obligations are met can be challenging. Could you just give me a couple of examples of that, please?
Excuse me. I'm not going to point to specific examples. The intention of that paragraph was to demonstrate that going through that hierarchy of obligations in relation to infrastructure can make a consenting process more difficult. Given that infrastructure is critically important, the intention of the paragraph was to highlight that, the difficulties around that.
So, to be clear, we're not contesting that Te Mana o Te Wai is a thing that the city should aspire to. The difficulty is there is a well-illustrated infrastructure deficit within the entirety of New Zealand, and the practicalities of reaching that goal are difficult and expensive and will drive further expense for you. The other challenge that comes with that is how that then translates into the global consent you require to operate your infrastructure.
Councillor Brown.
I just wanted to ask a question about I think the specific submissions relevant to matters that have direct impact on us, especially if it's to do with our administrative burden of compliance with the law. You know, I'm very strongly in favour of that. I'm not so keen on the idea of talking about coal because I can't really see it has any relevance at all. But one area which if you are going to talk about coal, is that I just wondered whether you wouldn't say something about the ETS and about, you want to make sure that there is, a sort of reinforcement about because I think the specific initiative areas relevant to, don't burn coal because it's bad for the climate sort of thing, it should be subsidiary to saying, as long as the ETS is functioning properly. And I think the reason I say that is that it does feel to me as if this government have neglected their responsibilities under their previous commitments to the ETS. And so I would like us to reinforce our message about our commitment to that particular area, because specific policies like coal are kind of totally irrelevant for us, but that there is actually an overarching commitment to the ETS would seem to me to be a relevant consideration in the context of both what we're doing and how we have, we're doing things like...
Do we have a question, Councillor?
Well, so that was my question was, have we, if we are going to put in specific things, should we not be talking about the overall ETS commitment that we've got and we would like that to be reflected in the legislation?
So the decision I had to make was we are presented with a bill that essentially alters the consentability of coal mines. We do not have coal mines within Wellington City, but I did feel that councillors would probably be interested in coal mines in other districts. So the position I have advised you to take is to acknowledge that we are not supportive of further liberalisation for coal mining provisions, and to signal that to the committee. If you wish to take a different line and go more towards the ETS, then the best thing to do at this point would be to raise an amendment to instruct your officers to alter the submission to that effect.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up question?
Do people want to do that? Would we like this to actually have an amendment that ask these chaps to actually make sure that the draft does include some sort of reference to making sure that whatever is done with coal mining that it is actually in compliance with our with the overall commitment to the ETS. Does that sound?
Yep. So you're actually moving the paper, Councillor Brown, so we can actually put it in the substantive, if you like. You can draft it up now.
Oh, could somebody rustle that up for me?
I'm going to finish the questions and adjourn. Councillor Randall.
So just in terms of the coal mines in New Zealand, officers know what, a lot of that coal is not used for burning, but it's used for making steel that we then re-import to build earthquake-safe buildings.
So, Councillor Randall, yes, you're quite right. Not all coal is created equal, and the coal from the West Coast is of the highest quality. And so it's more used in industrial processes than necessarily for straight burning for fuel. So yes, we are aware of that.
And so I guess I just ask you in terms that saying that, I mean, if we're going to oppose the expansion of mining of such coal, aren't we really also going against our policy to try and get affordable housing and lower cost steel? Because, we really need to support having, the cost of steel is one of the reasons why we're not building high-rise buildings in Wellington, isn't that correct?
Could I just perhaps jump in? I think over here. Where did that voice come from?
Yeah.
In drafting these submissions, we looked at previous decisions of council, and this is in line with the declaration of a climate emergency. That would be the basis upon which officers took this particular position, not because we wanted to go down a coal rabbit hole with all of you, a coal mine. It was merely to be consistent with that climate and ecological emergency that was declared in 2019.
Yes, so I just wanted to ask, I guess, whether other policies the council has is taken into account with this position.
So we have not taken an economic analysis of the effect of a government decision to liberalise coal mining on the effect of affordable housing within Wellington. Based on that, we have taken the primary position in Te Atakura, which we have signalled in the paper.
Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much. Has there been any consideration that we're actually being very selfish about this, and we're not considering the people who live down on the West Coast who actually make a living from these coal mines? And so should we actually be considering how other people put at a disadvantage because of our submission?
The primary directive to all council officers is to serve the people of Wellington. So we have considered what is best in the service of the city. We have not considered the inhabitants of other districts.
Okay. I'm going to take a 5-minute adjournment, and if I could ask Councillor Brown and perhaps Sean to just... Oh no, I'm trying to get them to do that right now. Sorry, well, there's still some questions. Apologies.
We'll assist the councillor.
No, sorry, we've just got a couple more questions. Councillor Free.
Yes, so my question was on the significant natural areas. And my understanding is, in the preamble that I'm reading, is that the amendments the government are proposing are not going far enough to really solve the problem we've got at the minute, that we're on a track already with identifying and protecting SNAs, whereas the government intention appears to be to put a pause on that, but they're not achieving it. My question is, have we actually made our case strongly enough? And will we be appearing in person?
So we will request to appear in person to speak to the submission, and that will be delegated to the mayor as the chair of the council. The matter of SNAs is very complex, and so as you have identified, those SNAs which were notified as part of the proposed district plan continue unextinguished by this bill, should it become law. If you were to identify new SNAs, so if you were to instruct us to identify SNAs tomorrow, those SNAs would effectively become for information only. But as the bill stands, it is not enough to extinguish significant natural areas as a tool being used under the Resource Management Act.
Is there a difference between the rural areas and the residential areas? So in the district plan we notified, I think it was only the rural non-residential SNAs that actually ended up in there. Is that the case?
That is the case, and so as it stands, Wellington only has significant natural areas notified in the proposed district plan on the non-residential zones of the city.
And how does that change with what? So what we're saying in our, what are we actually saying in effect, in a nutshell, with our recommendation?
So our recommendation highlights that although the government's intent is to place a pause on the identification and protection of new SNAs for the next 3 years, other legislation, including the Resource Management Act and the Regional Policy Statement, they require us to identify and protect areas of significant natural areas. The bill doesn't touch those pieces of legislation, so we're highlighting that although the intent to pause is there, it won't necessarily work. That's right.
Does it not necessarily work with the rural ones or not necessarily work with new ones?
So it'll be any new SNAs.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Great. So now we'll take 5 minutes. Councillor Brown, I'd like you to have a crack at writing that amendment with Sean. So I'm going to open up questions again, just relating to the amendment or anything else. Any further questions?
Why are we using the word primary? It's not the only way that we should. Yeah, but is that a statement of fact or is that a normative statement?
We can remove the word primary if you, as a mechanism.
No, I don't. No.
Just say A.
That would be excellent. Thank you. Is that all right, Tim? If we can just take primary out of it, thank you.
No further questions? Great. Thank you, officers. Thank you. Councillor Brown is the mover of the paper. Would you like to speak? You have. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kaunihera, would you like to speak now? Do we have any debate? Yeah, of course. Councillor Pennant.
I haven't said enough yet, so thank you very much. Look, I'd just like to thank officers for the submission, and I do think the position on Te Mana o Te Wai is the correct one, except I don't entirely agree with paragraph 25. You know, we're just going to have to do it. No ifs, no buts. We just have to uphold the mana of the water. You know, we have damaged it, and so now we're going to have to fix it. But it's despicable, to use Councillor Brown's word, for that to be removed. Oh, look, here we go again. You know, inventing new legal processes to speed things up to sidestep the impacts on the environment. So, I mean, that's just, you know, that is also despicable. The coal mining. So I've got a great story for you, very brief one. I heard a story once where a patient in hospital had just suffered a heart attack. This is true. And this man, it was a man, of course it had to be a man, says, "Doc, can I keep smoking?" And I think the doctor was a bit dispirited by this story. And this is exactly my frustration. No, we cannot keep burning fossil fuels. So this council has got, it as a totality, has a very illogical position on this, because we went through a whole process where we talked about we were going to build more houses for people, which is a good thing, but we didn't ask how we were going to build them and how we were going to reduce our footprint. There is no way that you can continue to build, mine coal, to make steel, to build houses, which then hopefully people will not use their car so much to reduce emissions. It's illogical. It just cannot be sustained. And you know, my point is that we have to think about the fact that the Earth's resources are finite. That is what environmentalism is about. Again, not about middle-class housing. It is about making sure we use our resources properly. The word generally here at paragraph 29, I appreciate the officers might have used it to link in, but actually this is a problem. We should have taken a much stronger view on this. And also the submission fails to acknowledge that we actually benefit from the coal. It's still used in the city, and that is always my issue with the way we measure our emissions, because of course we actually benefit from products that come in here. And obviously it is a structural issue. Sometimes people don't have the choices that they need to do, you know, to use the best systems possible. And that's why Mike Smith is a god for taking on the biggest polluters in this country to the Supreme Court. He is fantastic because he is challenging them where they absolutely have to be challenged. So look, good submission, but you know, we're going to have further discussions about that C word, because we have just got to stop burning fossil fuels. Kia ora.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Super quickly, thank you officers for the mahi on this. We need to find a way to develop more homes without harm to our fresh waterways like Taia Stream, Kaiwharawhara or Whiro, Waimapihi. We have to pursue this. We've got a paper coming up for our council to work out how we can do this next term, I don't even know, next after the break. So yeah, just this is, yeah, just thank you for the work.
Councillor Free.
Yes, my main focus when I was reading this was on the significant natural areas, you know, portion of the submission. And I do thank you for reminding the government that our initial submission asked for compensation, or at least some consideration of how council could work with landowners, and recognise the fact that in many cases these SNAs were going to limit their opportunities to use their land. I thank you for bringing that back again. I think it's a really important point. I also really want us to make the strongest possible point that this legislation is not going to help resolve some of the issues that council has currently about progressing with SNAs. And we need clarity, much better clarity from the government as to what they want us to do and how they want us to do it, and how we work with our landowners, because we're here. I can well remember the submissions that we got from very agonised and anguished landowners about this imposition on their properties. And even recently when we went to the back of the outback at Brooklyn, I can't remember, that area, that vast area. The copper hole, thank you. Yes. When everyone's settled down, I'll carry on, because we had a wonderful trip around some of the development that's happening there, but they're very, very constrained, and it means that it's not terribly economic for them to do anything with their land at all, and they would like to be able to develop, but again, they have an SNA right in the spanking middle part of where they would like to develop. So there are a lot of unintended consequences with this, and I really do hope that our officers will be there in person, and you, Madam Mayor, to really make the case that we need some clarity and some sympathy for landowners who have been adversely affected.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on this debate around coal. And the fact that it's all about...
Really need to.
And the fact that this council thinks everything is about climate change. I need to tell people a little bit about New Zealand coal, because this is not about an emissions issue. Most New Zealand coal is very high quality. It is coking coal, and it is exported around the world to make high quality steel that we import. Unfortunately, the price of steel is going up and up and up and up, as is shown. And one of the reasons why high-density housing is not being built is it's simply unaffordable. And one reason of that is the high price of steel. And yet here we are complaining about having more New Zealand coal, high-quality coal produced. Also, New Zealand ourselves, a lot of our own coal goes towards producing the 650,000 tonnes of steel this country makes. And you sit here and you want to make affordable housing, high-density housing, and here is this disconnected initiative to go and have a say about something that's not even done in Wellington, but all we're going to do is lean on something that, in fact, we want more of. So I really question how this council doesn't focus on the things that are important to this city, and it's having this irrelevant discussion in officer papers to try and promote climate change everywhere, when in fact the key issue we have is affordable housing. The key issues we have is things are too expensive here, and I really would just wish that we'd focus on the basics.
Councillor Chung.
I was actually going to talk about SNAs, but I actually feel compelled to talk about coal now. Right. Okay. Well, first of all, actually, can I mention both things? Yeah. Okay.
You've got 2.5 minutes.
Okay. So for the coal, I actually think that we should actually encourage cheaper products, cheaper building products, and similar to what Councillor Randall said, is that if we actually make coal available, and that's not this grubby, horrible Indonesian coal that we keep importing, then we can actually make cheaper steel in New Zealand to use in these buildings. And as an aside, steel and tubes, steel is actually very, very expensive, and because I happen to have some shares in them, I would actually like them to make more money. So that's me for the coal. But onto SNAs, but that's not the main reason. And so onto SNAs, my neighbour and I'm sure you'll know him, Paul Retamanu, he lives just around the corner from me, and so he found that 2/3 of a section was actually designated as an SNA. And so when we met with the council officers to say that why is that designated an SNA, because it's exactly the same as all the rest of the town built, which we're back onto. And he said there's absolutely no difference, and so yet he was singled out to have 2/3 of a section as an SNA. So it means that he can't expand on it, and so he was very unhappy. And so this is the inequities of this SNA designation, that we have some of the houses that back onto the town built are designated as SNAs, and thank goodness it wasn't mine, but it was okay for his to be designated. And so there seems to be no rhyme or reason to how these actually done, because it's all these the growth and the foliage on it is exactly the same as what's on the town built. So it doesn't make any sense at all to understand why some are designated that and some are not. And I think that in Wellington, we have so much area, so many green areas, that we actually don't need to actually take someone else's. And I'll just give you another little example of SNAs. As a friend of mine has more than half a section designated SNA. So, and this was not in the Wellington City Council, but in the Hutt City Council. He lives in Eastbourne, and so they took it away, but they still charged him for that land. So the still charged him on the rates. So he went back and he said he doesn't think that the Hutt Council should actually designate 2/3 of his land as an SNA and still charge him rates on it. So what the Hutt Council did was they subdivided it and said that you can pay a different
Final points,
rate.
please, Councillor.
Okay, you can pay a different rate on your SNA land and a different rate on where your house is. But putting the two lots of rates together, he actually paid 25% more in rates to have it separated. So there's no rhyme or reason in understanding in how we actually do things here. So I'll be keen to drop it altogether. Thank you.
Any further debate? Right of reply, Councillor Brown? Good, well, let's go to a vote. And that has passed. We now move to the decision register updates and upcoming reports. Please welcome Stephen MacArthur for the last time. Be introducing the report. Oh.
I've actually got about a half an hour PowerPoint. No, just kidding. I won't say anything because I know that you want to wrap up.
Any questions? No. Well, I will move this, and I will start by thanking Stephen for the last report and for the amazing work that you've done for this council. I am going to miss your sass and your knowledge and just your hard work and the way that you support Barbara. So it's a sad day for us. So thank you. Deputy Mayor will second. Any debate? Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. I just want to use this time not debating on the paper just to show how important in this place, even though we sometimes disagree with the advice that we get, even though we disagree politically in the table, how a lot of people in this council work hard. And amongst those people is Stephen. And Stephen, this is genuine tribute to you. You have been very helpful for me as a new councillor in this table, and you are always very respectful the way you engage with people. That doesn't mean I always agree with you. Even when you disagree, you are calm and collected the way you address and you talk to people. I think that shows how a good human being, not only a strategic thinker. So I wish you all the best in your life, and thank you for being respectful and giving us the advice that you think is the best. And I wish you all the best in your life.
Councillor Calvert.
First up, I'll focus on the process and the upcoming reports, even though I know there's nothing on here. But as I mentioned yesterday, I would really like us to see some clarity about what comes to various committees and what actually comes to councils for decisions, and being quite clear of who has the authority and who doesn't. Because I think we've had some uncertainty brought on by what's happened today. So I would just like to say that. On a separate note, I would like to thank Stephen MacArthur. We've worked in the past together elsewhere, and I often don't agree with him, but he is always up for a debate. So I thank you for that. And as Councillor Abdurrahman said, you keep cool, calm and collective in the face of adversity at times. But anyway, and I'd just like to say to the Mayor, if you want some sass, I've got plenty of it.
Well, I know you do. No further debate? Great, let's go to a vote. Awesome, and that has passed. Not long, we've just got a couple of little papers to go. So committee reports, I invite Councillor Brown as the chair to introduce the report. But before that, does anyone have any questions of officers? Nope. Councillor Brown, would you like to speak? Great. Councillor Matthews, would you like to second and speak?
Yes.
Great. Any debate? Nope. Let's go to a vote. And that has passed. We now move to the Rig Process Committee meeting of 19th of June. I invite Councillor Free as the chair of committee to move the motion, but before that, any questions of officers? Great. Councillor Free, would you like to speak?
No, I don't think it's needed. This is basically approving two leases. The Island Bay United AFC and Island Bay Softball Club actually share a premise, and then we've got the Mornington Golf Club. And I think it was pretty much unanimous, apart from the Mornington Golf Club, where we had one person in opposition to the lease.
Cool. And I have Councillor McNulty down as Deputy Chair to second, but he's not here, so...
Yeah.
Happy to second.
Yeah, I'll take Councillor Abdurrahman.
Very happy to second, nothing to say.
Good.
Great. Councillor McNulty, thank you. Any debate? Yes.
It might surprise you, but I was a dissenting voice to Mornington Golf Club. This was a lease for 10 years plus a right of renewal for 10 years. And this is a lease that we keep kicking the can down the road in terms of the Mornington Golf Club. And I think we really need to think about making a decision about how we see that club, and I know it's just the club, it's not the golf course, but about how we see that going forward rather than just taking the easy route and just keep renewing things. If we had perhaps given them a 5-year lease while we thought about what we were going to be doing, but again, we've given them a 10-year lease with another 10-year right of renewal. And I think these papers need to give you a bit more information because this is a regulatory process committee, which is not a committee of the whole. So having that information in front of you is important because not everybody wants to click on the next link to another paper. So so I will be supporting 1C and I will need it to be taken separately. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora. I can report that on Sunday the Mornington Club was in full swing and use and the community was really enjoying it. So maybe a bit like the Kandala pool where if we wanted to count the numbers, but just know that community are enjoying it. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
I'd just like to actually reinforce Councillor Calvert's points. I think that it's crazy that we would provide this lease over this valuable site, and it's not just about the golfers who might use it today with their heavy subsidy by the ratepayers. I think that there are plenty of alternative uses of this area which would have also created a lot of happy, smiling people enjoying the outdoors. So I think it's very disappointing that we're actually enabling the golfers to continue their privileged situation and use of this valuable open area space.
Councillor Chung.
I'd like to know, is there any way that the council can actually cancel that lease if the council decides in a future time to actually develop that area or to do something else with it?
You can't ask questions during the debate.
Okay.
You might want to take it offline.
Yep, okay, I'll do that, thanks.
Great. Any further debate? Wonderful. We're going to move to a vote.
Quick right of reply.
Oh,
just
yes,
just to address some of those things. Yes, there are notes in our minutes of Councillor Calvert's concerns, and I'm sure the officers have taken that on board. Just in relation to the Mornington Golf Club and most of the community facilities, they are also used by other groups. So, in fact, sometimes that's part of the kind of financial wherewithal that whereby they actually manage their payment to us. Yeah. So it's not like they've got an necessarily completely exclusive use. They do share. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, we're going to move to a vote, but we're going to take 1C first. So please vote for 1C. Or against?
Oh, no.
And that has passed. Now vote for all remaining clauses. Terry. And that is passed. I declare the meeting closed. Please join me in a karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, inuhia ki tu uru tapinu kia wātia, kia te ngākau te tinana, roa i te ara takatū, ko ia rā e rongo, whakairia, kia wātia, ai rā, ko wātia. Thank you, everyone.